u svakom smislu je superioran, taktičkom, tehničkom, trkačkom. Tako da jednostavno mislim da ne možemo naći nikakvu manu zamjerku Luki Modriću u njegovoj igri, nego samo pohvale i da je to savršenstvo od nogometa.
Pa za mene osobno da ću jednog dana moći reći djeci da sam igrao uz njega, da smo
ponosan svih ovih 5-6 godina koliko sam izbornik reprezentacije i imam zaista sjajan posao i častan posao koji me veseli i koji me čini ponosnim. Ali isto tako svaki rezultat mi još više daje na samopouzdanju, na sigurnosti i na vjeru u reprezentaciju.
Croatia there. As you were saying, Emma, a nation so much smaller than so many other footballing powers, but able to consistently make it to the sharp end of tournaments is extraordinary.
Yeah, and that's what people
on Spain this evening. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 calls this the greatest generation of Croatian players. There's one man who's been in pretty much all those generations, and that's Luka Modric. You saw him against the Netherlands. How good was he on Wednesday?
He's an exceptional player. And he's tactically so strong. His passing is amazing. He's the absolute leader of the team. And one thing I want to share as well is that he, even outside the pitch, is even a better person, because there was a kid who was very ill in Holland, and he makes time for this kid. He spent 20-30 minutes with this kid. It's amazing. He scored a penalty. It's amazing that what he does with that outside feed.
Just incredible. Scores a penalty as well.
And then, quality, recognize quality, and I thought Ronald Koeman shared some word in Spanish, but you can see so much respect from the opponent who just lost the game to an amazing player.
At 37, how is he able to bring that consistency of performance? Because that was a long game on Wednesday.
It was a long game, and I think he wasn't even tired. He got substituted because he was the best player on the pitch, but I think he loved to play games and games and games, and to be honest, when I was a player, I'd love to play every 3 days, and you just keep the momentum, and I think that's what he's doing. And looking forward to see him again 90 minutes and maybe even more.
Maybe even more, because it's Croatia, yeah. But it would be extraordinary. I know a lot of people would be wanting to see Spain pick up a trophy, but to see Luka Modric lead Croatia to their first ever title would be something else.
And he will do that, and what you will see is how they'll dominate the ball in the deepest spaces. And Modric is so clever, you could see it in some of those clips. He's happy to come out the central areas, pick up the balls on the sides. He'll stay away from the fight in the game, so he can control it much differently. And I think that entire midfield is exceptional. I think it is fair to mention, the other qualities that they're going to have inside, because that's the key to the game today, and Modric will be at the heart of it.
OK, well, from a 37-year-old in the Croatia ranks to an 18-year-old who's the star of the show for you for Spain. Now, you used tea cakes earlier on to explain to me why Gavi is so essential, so special for Spain, but using the more old-fashioned VT, let's have a look at some choice bits of Gavi.
I'll try. But, I mean, we talk about pressing. Notice how he puts pressure on the pivot in those areas. His timing, his anticipation to do that is exceptional for such a young man. Equally, in possession of the ball, watch how he arrives into spaces. It's what he does well, and then he's got an eye for a pass that I think is beyond his years. Again, the pressing game, he anticipates, comes across the pitch, times it to perfection to nick the ball, and I thought this was the difference against Italy. Same again, gets into the right area. This burst of speed, I think, cannot underestimate how special of a talent he is in possession, but he's quick, especially in tight spaces, and there's no denying that he is going to go on to be maybe the Luka Modric of the next generation, albeit in a higher area. But Modric, to be fair, played in a higher area at a younger age, and perhaps Gavi with time will play a little bit deeper. But he's the key to this Spanish team.
unbelievable.
Okay. Gavi will get better with it. Wine lovers will enjoy the fact that he plays in the midfield alongside Pino. So you've got Pino and Gavi. Yeah. Sorry, Doug.
No, I just wanted to say it's unbelievable for the age of 18 how tactically strong he is. And Johan Cruyff in Holland always used to say you just have one moment to be on time. If you're not on time, you're either too late or too quick.
Right.
And that's exceptional what this lad is showing.
For all of his talent, and we talked about Croatia possibly being the greatest generation of Croatian players we've seen yet, how would you rate this Spanish side, particularly their problems up front, Gavi aside?
Yeah, I think this is not their best moment, but they're in a final, and I think they have to be given credit for that. They've underwhelmed. Where they've struggled for me is against teams that block and make it a bit difficult. Showed against Scotland.
Right. The loss recently against Scotland, which is one of the reasons that 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 was under so much pressure ahead of that Italy game on Thursday.
Though I think Croatia will do the same thing. I think Croatia will make it difficult for Spain.
Seeing the build-up here at your old ground,
Yeah, the Kuip. It's a lovely stadium, and I remember back in the days when I was playing with Greg Bellamy. He said it's one of the most beautiful stadiums in the world, and I agree with him.
Oh, magnificent. And a lot of fans there. We were talking before about the number of Croatia supporters that have made the journey across the Netherlands for this week of football.
Yeah, no, there are many fans in Holland. We saw it in the Kuip, but also in the Twente Stadium. So it's great that, because in the beginning of the Nation League, people thought, oh, it's the Nation League, the fans will love it. But there are so many fans in Holland, so it's great to have another European final in our country. And unfortunately, it's not Holland who is there, but I believe these are two great countries, Spain and Croatia.
Right. Spain have made it to the last final, only to lose to France.
Yeah.
And indeed, although Croatia, we mentioned the fact they've got this terrific record in extra time, Spain, I think have gone out of recent tournaments or come up empty-handed. World Cup, they went out on penalties. The last Euro Nations League final, they went out on penalties. And there's one other one. Oh, of course, the Euros against Italy.
I think no surprise if this goes to penalties, this game. I think you'll see a game where two teams will dominate the ball in the deepest spaces. It will be a midfield battle. So if there's a man-for-man midfield game, then I think that Croatia will win that because of the qualities, particularly with Modric. And I think in front of goal, both teams will struggle from open play, but perhaps from dead ball situations, maybe Croatia will be a little bit stronger. But I don't think there's a lot to separate.
I agree, it's a midfield battle, but I was surprised by the defensive the back four line of Spain was playing so high in the first half against Italy. They were exposed many times, and if you have, with Croatia, Modric on the ball, and they're playing that back four so high, they're going to give them trouble. So I'm looking forward to the game.
Pass that over the top. Croatia, though, traditionally, you don't need to worry too much about them at that end. Is that right?
I think for Croatia, you've seen in the World Cup games, they play the top games for, without the ball have 40% of the possession. They're okay to be without it and make it difficult and look to counter into some of those spaces. But I think you cannot underestimate the quality that Croatia have throughout the side. We always talk about Modric, but this is a team that have been at the top end for particularly the last 4 years, an experienced group of players. I think their vulnerability, though, is defensively.
I think the strength of this team is that they are always feeling comfortable. They are comfortable to not have the ball. They are comfortable to have the ball. And even on some points, they can press and play counter-attack as well. So, amazing team to watch.
Jovan Bronco's bringing out the wondrous bit of silverware that will soon be in the possession of one of these two FAs. By the way, it's not just that silver. I was stunned to read that whichever nation wins this will pick up $11.3 million, which certainly go a long way to funding various football programs and that. But above all, a title, possibly the first one for Croatia or the first one in a long while for Spain. You talked about Spain's vulnerability, but potentially at the back, the high line they play. What's their strength going into this, do you think, Doug?
I think her favorite player, I think Gavi is a joy to watch. 18 years.
I'll add Rodri to it
Yeah.
because I think he'll have a part to play as well with
Right.
these qualities. He has to find Gavi.
He was lucky with his goal, so will he be lucky again today?
Well, he was the key man just over a week ago, of course, in one Euro final. Will he be decisive today? Let's find out as we welcome you to the Nations League final and our commentators, Andros Townsend and, first of all, Steve Bauer.
James, thank you. Evening, everyone. So the showpiece Nations League final with no bigger name than him. Ready to enter the arena. Luka Modric is the fairy tale set to be complete. A Ballon d'Or and 5 times Champions League winner with Real Madrid. Will it be him who lifts this trophy tonight, which would be his nation's first in their second ever final? Or on the opposite side of the tunnel, Jordi Alba, who's assumed the national armband after the retirement of Busquets, trying to get a rejuvenated Spain, who are still in transition with their new coach, back to winning things after an 11-year absence. Sell-out crowd in Rotterdam. It's not the orange of the Netherlands that they'd hoped that would face Spain, but it is a mouth-watering evening of top-quality football ahead, and that is what they're playing for. After both semi-finals went the distance in terms of leaving it late, and now it comes down to this. Real colourful occasion in the Netherlands. There can be only one winner. Team news shortly, but first of all, we will pause for the 2 national anthems.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthems, starting with Spain. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Croatia.
Extremely clear from the noise and the numbers that the supporter advantage is with Croatia here in Rotterdam tonight. As the dignitaries take their seats, who will they be handing that trophy to later this evening? The fairy tale writers want it to be Croatia and Luka Modric, but it would really help Spain in their progress if it was them. Croatia make just the one change to their semi-final win. That is Martin Ehrlich, who plays his football in Italy with Sassuolo, coming in at centre-back, just his 6th cap. Luka Modric plays for the 166th time for his nation. Some suggestion it might be the last. Man of the match in the semi-final in that famous midfield with Brozovic and Kovacic. Ivanisevic, who didn't make the World Cup squad, gets another start in attack. German representation in the form of the extremely experienced 42-year-old Felix Svea, the referee. 11 years a FIFA official, meeting 2 more very experienced men, the 2 skippers, Luka Modric and Jordi Alba. Spain win the toss before they try and win the trophy. They've made a couple of changes to the side that overcame Italy in the semi-finals. Fabian Ruiz of Paris Saint-Germain comes into midfield, and Marco Asensio, who's just left Real Madrid, starts in preference to Leeds Rodrigo. And Lenormand in defence win just his 2nd cap. No Pedri, incidentally, in this tournament because of injury, but Gavi, already at 18, wins for the 21st time. We're all set then for the 2023 Nations League final. Croatia get us underway in the 2023 Nations League final, searching for their very first international success, or can Spain, for the first time since 2012, get their hands on silverware. Fascinating and exciting evening in Prospect, Ambros.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this game. I think it's going to be, like everyone knows, the midfield battle is very, very key in this game.
Asensio straight away. He didn't start the semi-final, but he had an impact when he came on at half-time, and that's a Spain throw. Yeah, and I'm more looking forward to how both defences adapt and react to their semi-final performance. Spain, as we know, play a very high line, and if Croatia can get runs in behind, can they get some joy off that? On the flip side, Croatia play 4 at the back with 2 high and wide fullbacks, so can Morata, with his runs in behind, cause a nuisance? There is the former Chelsea striker with the cross, played by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Deflected shot safely into the arms of 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 in the Croatian goal. As I say, Jordi Alba leading his nation now. Zlatko Dalic has named this squad as the greatest ever generation. It's just missing one rather important aspect, and that is a trophy.
There it is, and don't get it twisted. This is a major tournament. If they can lift the trophy tonight, it will go down as a first major trophy for Luka Modric in a Croatia shirt. So, yeah, no, it's a massive, massive game for him and his legacy in the national team.
Over 20,000 Croatian supporters in this stadium tonight, outnumbering the Spanish in terms of the noise levels quite considerably. Spain, of course, who since the World Cup have introduced Luis de la Fuente to replace Luis Enrique. Just his 4th game in charge tonight, promoted in December from the under-21s. Perisic, who's continuing at left-back for Croatia tonight, to Pasalic. Now Juranovic. Modric, who got the biggest cheer of any player read out on the tannoy prior to kick-off, quite considerably. You do well to bump into a neutral football fan anywhere in the world who doesn't like Luka Modric. And you were privileged to train and play with him, Andros, at Tottenham.
Yeah, such a wonderful, beautiful footballer. When he first came, there were worries about his physicality. Could he survive the Premier League? But the thing that impressed me most is he never really got involved in that physical battle, used his body so well, always made sure he cut across defenders. So if there was a shoulder-to-shoulder, he'd always win the free kick. So very smart footballer, even from an early age.
It's a Croatia free kick. Let's not forget, the second smallest nation ever to reach a World Cup final. Population in Croatia less than 4 million. What they lack in numbers, they more than make up for in heart and spirit. We've seen that on the international stage.
Yeah, these early moments are so important for Croatia. Can they keep possession? Can they let Spain know that they're not going to have it their own way tonight? And you can see that sort of a game plan. Can we keep the ball in the early stages and not turn it over and give Spain what they want?
What a night this is for Robin Lenormand of Real Sociedad. Made his international debut in the semi-final. Just his second cap in the final. French-born. Alongside Laporte, the heart of the Spanish defence. Brozovic, who played 120 minutes in the semi-final, just 4 days after that Champions League final. Laporte stuck his leg out there. Nice Simon. He's able to gather and give it straight to Rodri. Morata dispossessed.
Yeah, and those are the spaces, though, that Morata needs to occupy himself in. When Juranovic goes forward, can he arc his run into the left or right-hand side and really drag the centre-backs into areas that no centre-back wants to be?
The overzealous Spanish challenge on Brozovic. Modric switching play to Perisic. Himself as the second most capped player in Croatian history. Kovacic. Forwarded through by Modric, but Hasilic couldn't get it under control. Yes, we're talking about Luka Modric, who's 38 in September. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 at right back. He's also 37. He's Spain's oldest international player.
Yeah, that's an incredible achievement. To think when he was at Man City, he was a speedy winger, and now 37 years of age, playing right back for one of the biggest nations in the world.
Fresh from lifting that Europa League trophy, of course, again for Sevilla. 4 of those in his cabinet with his hometown club.
Not really seeing that high-tempo press that we saw from Spain at the start of the semi-final. Is that a bit of fatigue in the body, or is it a tactic to sit off?
Here is the aforementioned Navas. Rodri. Jordi Alba, who will sort out his future after this final. After 11 seasons at Barcelona, he is currently a free agent. Some talk he may follow his close friend Lionel Messi to Inter Miami. Again, 34 now, Jordi Alba. He was part of the team that last won silverware for Spain at Euro 2012. He's looking for 𝓣𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 there. He was well marshalled on that occasion by 𝓤𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓴𝓼. And that's the type of area the 18-year-old looks to get into.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see Croatia are aware of that. They're not really giving 𝓣𝓲𝓲 the spaces in the pockets that he likes. They're very compact, they're very narrow. They're basically saying to Spain, if you're going to break us down, you're going to have to do it down the sides. You ain't coming down the middle.
Navas, Spain's oldest player, and 𝓣𝓲𝓲, Spain's youngest in the same starting 11. But in terms of experience, the Croatia starting 11 tonight, listen to this, 718 caps between them.
Yeah, it's incredible. You can see they've got that really family unit togetherness that you just can't buy in international football.
Jordi Alba for Spain. Pino. Fabian Ruiz. Advancing his way through. Stopped in the end by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He's got it back there, the former Napoli man. Oh, and the goalkeeper's made a mistake. Livakovic breathes a huge sigh of relief.
Looks like he just glitched for a second there. Not the greatest of deliveries in the box. Oh, yeah, he got away with one there. Good reactions, to be fair, after he's dropped it onto the post. Great reactions to smother the shot from Morata.
Even for experienced players, the enormity of the occasion can do crazy things. Livakovic has played in the World Cup final and a semi-final.
Yeah, you wonder how many more opportunities does this Croatia side have at winning a major tournament. So I know we keep saying it, but is this their last opportunity tonight?
Those players are aware that one error could cost them such history. He is too. The man has been with them since October 2017, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. The former Celtic fullback.
Just look at this picture here, like I spoke about at the start. Both fullbacks high and wide at the same time. If they do turn the ball over, there's so much space in those wide areas for Spain to exploit. But I just suppose that Croatia are confident they're not going to turn the ball over. They are the masters at keeping the ball, and they trust that their players in possession.
Brozovic. Of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to regain possession for Spain. Navas. Asensio, he's overhit that. The idea was to feed 𝓣𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. On that man tonight, and understandably so. Hero to so many. 𝓣𝓲𝓲 on the press. 𝓣𝓲𝓲 shooting and almost scoring.
Big opportunity for 𝓣𝓲𝓲. You can see on his face that he feels that he should do better here. And this is what we're talking about with the Spanish, exactly what they did against Italy. Pressing from goal kicks, pressing high up the pitch, and he just drags it past the post. It's not a bad strike to hit it through the defender's legs and try and catch the keeper unaware, but just drags it past the post.
So close to a fourth international goal and a Spain lead. The young man, still 18. He was just 4 shy of 100 Barcelona appearances already. Ivanisevic. Kovacic. Brozovic. Spinning quickly back into their shape. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 managed to cut it back. Norman with the header away, back from Kovacic. And Fabian Ruiz with the Spanish clearance. Croatia's turn to have a period of possession. Nice ball from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Pasalic with the effort. But the flag had already gone up on the far side.
Good patient play from Croatia. Didn't want to force it. Capped out, started again. Probably onside there, but patient play from Croatia came to nothing. But again, more positive signs that they can go toe-to-toe with this Spanish side.
Juranovic pulls it back for Kramaric. Of Leicester City back in the day. Here he is again. Headed away by Laporte. And cleared by the Manchester City defender. Fall from 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓼.
He's had a few nervy moments. I'm sure Spain will be watching that, saying, can we close him down at every opportunity we get, see if he can turn it over again for us.
Play this time from Navas.
Also, it'll be interesting to see as the game goes on who has the physical advantage. Croatia obviously having the extra day's rest, but having played half an hour more than Spain, so it'll be interesting to see who starts to feel the pace as the game goes into the latter stages.
Brozovic up against Rodri, of course, just as they were at club level in that Champions League final. Played the full game respectively in their semi-finals 4 and 5 days after that match in Istanbul, and in Brozovic's case it was 120 minutes.
Yeah, it's incredible the amount of games that these top players have to play, and even at the end of the season there are clubs going back for pre-season and these guys haven't even finished the last season. It's incredible the stamina, the fitness and the longevity that these guys have.
Actually, in Rodri's case, in the treble-winning season, nobody played more games and minutes for Manchester City than their Champions League final hero. Who actually saw a lot of them in the World Cup under Luis Enrique. He played centre-back because Busquets was obviously still there.
You know what, at times you forget that the World Cup was this season. It's been a long, long season.
Here is Rodri. Most nations would panic when a man of the experience and quality of Busquets retires, but Spain are very fortunate to have Rodri to slip permanently into that role.
Yeah, I think they'll be all right in the future with Pedri, Gavi. They've got some talent coming through.
Pino at 20.
Yeah.
Let's not forget 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who's on the bench at 20 as well.
It's frightening the talent they just churn out in Spain.
That's a Croatia throw. Who knows, could Mateo Kovacic there be a teammate of Rodri in the Premier Premier League next season.
Do you know something we don't?
Certainly been suggested to watch this space one, I think, after the Nations League final. Grimace from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 after that challenge. Gavi. Fabulous noise inside this stadium. We will follow in the footsteps of France, who beat Spain in the first Nations League final in Milan, and then Portugal be the third winners of the UEFA Nations League.
Look at Modric there. You'd forgive him if he was the one sitting deep and allowing 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to do the running, but no, he's the one that's getting out. He's the one that's pressing, closing down. It's amazing. It's beautiful to watch. Not only is he a genius on the ball, but he does the hard yards as well.
Reminder, in September, he is 38. It's Navas's cross off the head of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. So the first corner of the final will be Spain's. Laporte final. Asensio with it. It's come out to Fabian Ruiz. Rodri got something on it. And Pino's header. Now there could be a Croatia break. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 sees down. Pino's asking for handball, is he?
You know what? People won't like it, but that is a very good foul there. Pino, I think it was, stopping the counter-attack from Croatia. They really did have numbers forward. No, chest. The arm was out, but luckily for the Croatians, it struck his chest.
Mind you, after what we saw you and I in Malta on Friday evening, we're not quite sure.
No, you never know these days. They could give it for intent.
Maybe the appeal has taken something away from his tackle as well in the referee's mind. Only a suggestion, I don't know.
Listen, the Spanish, they're technically gifted, but they are probably one of the best when it comes to those cheap fouls, stopping counter-attack, tactical, professional fouls, whatever you want to call it. And that's why their clubs and their national sides have been so successful in the past. Moments earlier, Croatia had a counter-attacking opportunity, and then now it's back at their goalkeeper. So people frown at it, but it is necessary in the game.
Modric lifting it forward, couldn't find 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Pino. Fabian Ruiz. Recalled after 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 after that World Cup. Here's Asensio. Now that's got the cross in. Morata took a tumble as 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 gathered. Miref.
Complementing each other well down this right-hand side. Navas occupying the wing. Asensio, as we know, loves to come inside onto his stronger left foot. Navas with the ball in. And yes, Morata, it was you.
Ball over the top towards 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He's in here for Croatia. What a recovering tackle that was from Aymeric Laporte.
That's the high line we spoke about. Kramaric exposing it on this occasion. The ball just wouldn't sit down, giving Laporte the chance to come back. He could never get it under control with pressure from Norman as well. Allowed his teammate to swoop in.
Encouragement for Croatia, who have their first corner. Low from Modric. That one didn't come off from the training ground. Here's Asensio for Spain. But Croatia have it back with Modric now. Now Kramaric. Pasalic waiting in the centre. Can he get there? He couldn't get enough on it ahead of Lenormand.
Good work from Kramaric again in the wide area. There are chances here for Croatia. Spain don't look comfortable at the back. Simone calling for calm.
I must say, some story, Lenormand, who have seen in Europe this season on a number of occasions for Real Sociedad. Born in France, semi-final debut, second cap final. There he is again. Helped Real Sociedad into 4th place in La Liga this season.
Are you surprised that a Spanish defender isn't phased?
Exactly. Laporte. He lost the 2021 final to France.
Look how deep Gavi's having to come to get the ball now. He's left his pocket. He's come in front of the Croatian midfield three, which I'm sure they will take all day long. Last thing you want is Gavi picking up the ball in behind your shoulder.
Asensio. A little bit of space for Fabian Ruiz. Outside of the foot, and that was blocked by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Pino, Jordi Alba, patience from Spain, no way through though. Gavi. Asensio's progress halted, but Navas has it back for Spain. Jordi Alba clips it in, looking for Morata. Spain get the corner.
Yeah, he gets some stick, Morata, but he really does cause some nuisance. He may not get the goals that his good work deserves, but he's always in the box, always making runs, always causing problems. I think they're appealing for another handball there. But look, they're willing to stick his head where many wouldn't.
Corner short to Asensio. Lifted in by Jordi Alba. That took a deflection as well.
Yeah, they're getting some joy from set pieces, Spain. From a Croatian point of view, you've got to be saying, if Spain are going to break us down, it has to be a bit of genius. It can't be a set piece. We can't be giving away cheap goals to such a good footballing side from a set piece or a corner or a header.
Pasalic trying to make something of that, and then Ivanišević putting Simon under pressure.
Getting away with it at the moment, Spain, but if I'm one of the Croatian front three, I'm licking my lips at the opportunities that are presenting themselves and could present themselves. So much space in behind the Spanish back four.
Brozovic. No time for slightly heavy touches in that area of the pitch tonight. Gavi was right onto him. Flag was up against Morata. Spain's 5th manager since 2016. Been spoilt really with 8 consecutive years of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. And even some reports I saw in the Spanish press, had they lost to Italy in the semi-final of this competition, that 3 games in, its position was under threat.
Normally I'd be surprised, but the season we've had, nothing surprises me in football, especially managerially.
Here's 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Modric. Croatia throw. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 of Dynamo Zagreb. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓴𝓼, the much sought after Leipzig defender, incidentally injured for this tournament for Croatia. That was a little loose from the Spanish captain Jordi Alba. Got to get close to Modric, but he can't get that close.
Yeah, he uses his body so well, gets the touch, knows he needs to get his body in the way, and if the player's going to get the ball, he's going to have to go through the back of him.
Perisic coming in. Got a good run at it.
Yeah, some run from Perisic. Started it very wide, seemed to be a training ground move, but you do very well to score a header from that far out.
Spain have had the centre-forward conundrum for a number of years. Even when Morata's on the pitch, trying to get him involved has been a challenge under 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Fewest touches on the pitch so far in this final, just 6. Alvaro Morata. There's his 7th and 8th. And progress halted, and Kovacic is on the charge here for Croatia. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Kovacic. Navas assessing the situation.
It seems to be Croatia really targeting turnovers. In general build-up, they seem to be patient, not looking to force things, but as soon as Spain turn over that ball, they're looking very direct, forward, early, getting a lot of joy.
Laporte. Last 3 matches between these two nations have produced 19 goals, 13 of them Spanish ones, but none yet as we approach the 33rd minute in Rotterdam. Pino. Ivanovic did his job for Croatia.
Yeah, that's the first real chance Pino's had in the final third. He's not really seen much of the ball. Most of his work has been chasing 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 down the other side. So not had much joy. That was his his first real opportunity, but 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 again got the better of him.
Brozovic. Kramaric ahead of him. He's also got Perisic here in support. Oh, that was just a touch too strong for Pasalic.
So difficult to defend against Perisic. Somebody who's generally left-footed can go either way. This time he chooses his natural right foot, but as a defender, what can you do with someone? You can't show him onto his so-called weaker side because you know get a quality delivery in that way as well.
Perisic back in Euro 2016. Got a winner when these two nations met in that tournament. Their last competitive meeting was at Euro 2020 in Copenhagen. That went to extra time as well, incidentally. 5-3. And Spain's advantage in the end.
So you're saying put the kettle on, it's going to be a long one.
Maybe get a biscuit or two as well. Not that that's in your healthy regime, Mr. Townsend. Lenormand. Good movement from Asensio. Morata's waiting, so too with Gavi. Didn't reach either of them. Now Perisic. Didn't really have an awful lot of options there. Look at him hunting it back though. He's been penalised in the end.
Yeah, a lot of players in that situation, when they turn over the ball, they'll be blaming somebody else. They will ask him, where are my options? But Perisic lost the ball, immediately tried to win it back. Gave the free kick away, but great intentions to get his side the ball back.
Gavi was looking for a free kick. It's finally arrived from the German official. Rodri. Laporte could win their fourth piece of individual silverware this season tonight. Truly a remarkable sentence, really. And of course they'll have the Super Cup and the World Club Cup to play for with City in the ensuing months.
It's honestly simply incredible, the achievement of those Man City boys this season.
Perisic. Brozovic's run from deep. He's got in behind here. He's got Gavi for company. It's brilliant from Brozovic. Nobody on the end of it. Kramaric keeps it in. Modric now. Blocked by Jordi Alba. Kovacic. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who got that goal in the semi-final against Holland. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Ivanovic keeps it in. Cleverly finds Modric. He's looking for the jump of Perisic again. Two most capped players in Croatian history.
Yeah, again, similar to the last one. He makes a great running jump, gets a lot of power on the header. But you wouldn't expect the keeper to get beat from that far out.
Morata. Pino of 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. In towards Morata, it was too strong for him. Carried away by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Foul on Modric is the reason Croatia get the free kick.
2 or 3 of them had a nibble at him. You can see their first thought when they lose it is, can we foul? Can we stop the counter-attack? Can we do anything to get to allow us to get back behind the ball and not allow this Croatian side to counter-attack us like they have 2 or 3 times in this first half?
Ivanovic brings it under control. Modric available.
Just blows my mind that Juranovic is the right back in a 4-3-3 formation against Spain. Really are playing brave down this right-hand side, Croatia, and at the moment it's paying dividends, getting a lot of joy down this right-hand side through Juranovic in particular.
He left Celtic in January, since helped Union Berlin in Germany into the Champions League for next season.
It's interesting here, the last 20-30 minutes, Spain have moved Fabian Ruiz into a number 10 position alongside Gavi, allowing Gavi to get more space.
That's Gavi's flick. Didn't find Morata, which managed to clear.
Yeah, I think what it's doing is it's giving Croatia something else to think about, another body to mark, which is giving Gavi a little bit more space in the pockets that he needs to do his damage, do his work, and almost came to good effect there.
Laporte. Navas. Asensio has managed to pick out Pino. Jordi Alba, crossing opportunity, Morata's header.
Another half chance for Spain, another half chance for Morata. He seems disappointed, but it is a difficult, it's a great ball in from Jordi Alba, but he's in front of the near post, so it's always difficult to guide your header on target when you're beyond the near post. But again, good work from Morata to get in front of his man.
Pushing those 15 goals for Atletico Madrid this season. Spain still waiting to register their first effort on target in this final. No problems there for 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓼𝓰. He did, of course, drop one onto the post early on. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰.
I've got to say, although it's 0-0, it's been a great first half. Very fascinating to watch. The tactical battle between the two sets of midfield players. sure the goals will follow once the game opens up and both defences get more tired.
And so much at stake. We've mentioned the Croatian story with the Luka Modric subplot, but it'd be absolutely huge for Spain in transition under a new coach to get their hands on silverware at this stage of his reign.
Yeah, it would really be the beginning of the new era. We spoke about the players and how young they are and how talented they are, so it really would be, right, what we've won is in the past, now this is a new dawn and we're here to stay.
Pino. Spain free kick as we head towards the last minute of the first half.
Yeah, this is a dangerous area. Good work, good feet from Pino. Wins the free kick, gives his side a really good opportunity to get good quality in the box, which you know this Spanish side can produce. Probably slightly too narrow for the in-swing of the right foot. Probably looking at Asensio curling it away from the goal.
Will we witness a dramatic end to the first half in the Nations League final? Croatia have everybody back to defend this. Laporte and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 both forward. Rodri obviously in there as well. That didn't work. Back to Navas. Lifted in eventually by Jordi Alba. There goes 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, but that was a waste from Spain.
Yeah, you could see Asensio was signalling into the far post, but I don't know, he just looked like he didn't look at where the ball was. He was looking at the far post, forgot to look at the ball and miscontrolled it. Opportunity gone for Spain. Accidental. They're looking at another penalty there, but for me it looked like just a little coming together, thankfully.
Nothing to choose between Croatia and Spain after that first 45 minutes. It's been absorbing, it's had its moments, but at half-time, James, it is Croatia 0, Spain 0.
All right, fast-paced and frenetic. Thank you very much to Andros and Steve. We're going to take a very quick break, and then we'll be back with Dirk Kuyt and Emma Hayes to analyse this ever-so-tight first half of the 2023 Nations League final. Chances predominantly for Croatia. We'll have further thoughts after this. live on Channel 4 is the 2023 Nations League final. Half-time in Rotterdam, and it is currently 0-0 between Croatia and Spain. Emma Hayes and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 have been enjoying that first half a lot, Emma, unexpectedly, perhaps.
Listen, I know people complain when it's a 0-0 game, but I think it's been a brilliant game.
Right.
Two excellent teams sizing each other up. And I think we've been discussing the entire half, the differences between both sides and probably the reasons why there's no goals.
Well, all right, well, let's have a look at how close they came. Spain, first of all, Gavi, with a move that netted them a goal in the semi-final against Italy.
I think we showed it before the game. There is pressure from the three front players of Spain. And Gavi is just giving a little bit of space to the midfielder, but then nicks it off him and have a great chance. And also 18 years old, aiming between the legs. A little bit unfortunate. If it's on target, it's a goal.
But it just flashes
Inside
wide. And that
feet,
was
yeah.
pretty much the last we saw of Gavi in that first half, Emma.
Well, that's because of the way Croatia defended.
Right.
I mean, that was early on, but Croatia's defending made it hard.
And at the other end, something that, Dirk, you flagged up beforehand was with Spain's high line, Croatia's ability to ping a ball over the top and maybe create chances that way. And also look for Perisic.
Yeah, I think Perisic is a bit taller than Navas, and they're just aiming to get the ball there. And that was one good chance of Perisic.
Croatia with 3 shots on target in that first half. Spain didn't have any at all. Let's have a look at some of those Croatian moments.
Yeah, we talked about the defensive line. It was very high, and I think this is a great possibility. You get a little push in the back, or else it could be 1-0 for Croatia. But that's what Spain is doing, and it's just unbelievable when your defensive line is so high, but there is no pressure on the ball. It's just asking for problems.
And again, looking to take advantage of Perisic.
And what I would like to see with Perisic, you can drop the ball there, but you need players, you know, taking the overlap or coming close to him just to make it even more dangerous. This is a little bit too far from the goal, but I think they have a chance to bring more damage to Spain there.
Yeah, relatively simple that for Simon, but Croatia looking threatening. Luka Modric at the heart of much of what they're doing. Sorry, Emma, you were saying about Gavi and the fact that he's been such a key player in the build-up to this for Spain, but Croatia have shut him down. How have they been doing that?
Well, first of all, you know, as a team, Spain can't access the central corridor. And you can see here, Rodri in possession of the ball. Gavi's open, but they have to get the ball to him. They struggled. This was the only moment. If you just have a look there, had Ruiz squared the ball to Gavi, they would have had an opportunity with Navas on the edge of the box. You see again this block making it difficult. Gavi working between the pivot and going high onto the back line. Brozovic, he's done an exceptional job. He's made it so difficult for Gavi to get into the game. And that's why Spain have been limited to playing around the arc or the half moon, as Dirk has been telling me.
But that's what we also talked about before the game, is that Croatia is feeling very comfortable when Spain has the ball.
Yeah.
And they keep so many players in the middle of the pitch. And it was the only moment they had to pass through between the lines, and there was no other moment. So how difficult is it for Gavi just to play there as an 18-year-old kid? Probably normally you go moving, but he's still staying in position. So
they did this against Japan in the World Cup. They did this against Brazil in the World Cup. They did it to the Dutch in the semi-final. This is in their wheelhouse. This is their...
No, they probably want to win some silverware, and I think that this is the biggest chance ever.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, currently goalless at the half, but plenty to look forward to in this second half then, as we wait to see who will be the Nations League champion for 2023. Be interesting to hear what the words of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and Luis de la Fuente will bring in the second half. We'll be back right after this. Nations League final. If you're just joining us, it's half-time. It is goalless between Croatia and Spain. Teams getting ready to come out for the second half. Very quickly, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and Emma Hayes. We were talking about how effective Croatia's narrow block has been at stopping Spain from having any chances. If you're 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, Spain manager, how do you break that down?
Well, I think Dirk can answer that. He's talking the whole half about Morata dropping off and getting involved.
Yeah, I think that if Morata plays more as a false number 9, so creating a square on the midfield, Ruiz is dropping off a little bit more. I saw in the Croatia-Holland game that 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 was dropping off a few times, and he's causing problems to the Croatia defense. So I think that could be a game changer for the second half.
OK, from Croatia's point of view, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 will be pretty happy with that first half?
Absolutely, but especially in the turnover, when they turn Spain over, they've got to release the ball quickly and behind before, as Andros quite rightly mentioned, they foul and stop the counter-attack. I think Croatia, through counter-attack or a ball to the back post with Perisic, is their best chance to score.
Magnificent. All right, well, Luka Modric, what an extraordinary career he's had, a Ballon d'Or winner, set for another year of contract with Real Madrid as well. 37 years of age, playing his 66th game of this season, a season that has taken him to a World Cup semi-final, to a Champions League semi-final, to the Nations League final, and possibly tonight we'll see him lift Croatia's first ever bit of silverware. But they have to break Spain down as well. It's goalless right now. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 awaits the second half, as do we. Let's join our commentators, Andros Townsend, and first of all again, Steve Bauer.
Yes, thanks, James. Both coaches have had their say as to how they will find a breakthrough in this final. Croatia have actually won their last 5 Nations League games. They've scored in 14 of their last 15. What will we find in this intriguing final in the second half? No changes in personnel from either coach at half-time. Plenty of options for both amongst their substitutes. Some work to do before his fairy tale picture book moment comes true. It will be Spain in all red to get the second half of this Nations League final underway. Who looked the more threatening for you in that first half?
I think without doubt Croatia. Obviously we're not in that dressing room, but in terms of executing a game plan and exposing the opposition's weaknesses, of course Croatia did it perfectly, exploiting the high line, like Dirk mentioned at half-time, targeting Navas at the far post. They've done it brilliantly. They just haven't got the goal that their good players deserved.
They've got some defending to do here at the start of the second half from the Spain free kick. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Well, they haven't actually got any defending to do because that's well over hit from the man who we're led to believe could be about to sign for Paris Saint-Germain. Joined Fabian Ruiz there, actually, his international teammate tonight. After 14 trophies at Real Madrid.
I think that's what Spain have that probably Croatia don't have. The match winners on the bench, somebody who can change the game in 𝓤𝓤𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, Rodrigo, 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 scored the other night, Olmo, players who can come on if things aren't going well and change the game and win this tie for Spain.
Yeah, 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is an extraordinary story. His entrance into international football, you wonder whether that might be a subscript later on. Once of Newcastle and Stoke. Here's Rodri. Morata. Quickly closed down by Kovacic. Kramaric had 4 around him there. He was eventually fouled.
He has got great feet, Kramaric. Somehow wiggled his way out of 2 or 3 players, wins his side the foul. Well, I say wins inside a foul.
Laporte. Ruiz.
You can always tell what the managers have been unhappy about at half-time by the changes in the first 5 minutes. And to start the second half, you can see both sides looking to press higher up the pitch, be more forceful, as you can see here, not allowing the opposition to build up in possession.
Closing down Laporte, forcing a misplaced pass. Here's Modric again, trying to find 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, just behind him. Gavi now for Spain. Recovery from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. No foul on Pino. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷 again with space down this Croatia right. This cross too close to Simon, the goalkeeper. Modric.
Very patient build-up from Croatia here. Starts down the left with 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲, comes out to the right-hand side, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷, back to the left-hand side with 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓰.
There's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓰's cross, the goalkeeper missed it. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓰! Right across the face from the fullback.
Fullback to fullback. And that's the so-called weaker foot we spoke about. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓰, so unpredictable. Just stands up to the far post, little step over, gets half a yard, stands it up. Comes out to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓰. Just can't get the contact he wants.
He's never scored for Croatia in 30 appearances prior to tonight. That is still the case for the former Celtic man. Navas. With the 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 who won the header. Harmlessly long from 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the goalkeeper. Rodri for Spain. For 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Gavi goes down holding his face.
There's an opportunity. I don't know, has he kicked it out because Gavi was down? Big opportunity for Croatia there on the counter-attack. I think it was a misplaced pass from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Yeah, probably his fingernails. Listen, it's a contact sport. There's obviously contact with his face, but it's a contact sport, accidental. For me, no foul there. Definitely more forceful Croatia in closing down high up the pitch. Kovasic and Modric this time have released from their midfield positions and helping out 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. The real key to this is how quickly, once they do break the press, how quickly can you get back into your midfield slot so you're not leaving spaces.
Pino. His 93rd cap for Spain tonight. Another play from 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, one of those 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 players, the Croatian champions. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 cross. Supported by Morata. He couldn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst ball in. Probably not for Morata. He's probably looking for a winger darting in the far post, but the problem is 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 wants the ball. He's waiting for the ball at the edge of the box and can't get into the box in time. It'll be interesting to see at what point the Spanish manager gives up on plan A, realises that Croatia are defending really well and we can't get the ball in between the lines like we usually do. Whether that be a change of system or go into his bench.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓲𝓷 going past Navas. 3 in the penalty area here. Navas able to do enough to prevent the cross. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and Gavi in the end, the friends.
Nothing in it.
Smile from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Majority actually from the 18-year-old.
Still can't believe he's 18. The way how smart he is, how tactically, technically good he is, well beyond his years.
He's taken part in the last 21 Spain internationals now since his debut. And as I say, he's 5 shy of 100 Barcelona appearances already. Here's Pino. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 cross. Free header, Asensio.
That was better from Spain. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 again down this left-hand side, managing to get the ball in the box. But on this occasion, I think Spain had 3 or 4 bodies inside that box, and it was Asensio that got his head on it. Just over the bar. But it's definitely positive signs in terms of getting bodies in the box. You're never going to score. Well, you're less likely to score if you've only got Morata in the box. You need your wide man, you need your number 10.
Norma. Out of play in the end, a little indecisive.
Yeah, great work from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, putting him under pressure.
Kovacic. Navas. Simon, the goalkeeper, forced to go long. And by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 for Croatia. Asensio. Luis was upset at the way he overhit the ball and then fouled Modric in his efforts to get it back.
Asensio is becoming more and more involved in the game. In the first half he was stuck out wide, but now he's finding nice little pockets in between the lines, and he's really causing problems.
Juranovic with the header. Now 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. A little bit of space for Modric. Tried to guide that in. It's still with Juranovic. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and Modric got in each other's way.
Another great opportunity for Croatia. Modric is not happy, but he wasn't in any real position to strike that ball with. It was left for him.
Here's Modric again. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 wanted the overlap. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 maintained possession. Now 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 with the cross. Pasalic. Angle was always against him.
It's another great ball in from 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 though, isn't it? Just stands it up, no real pace on those left-footed one. He just stands up and just says to his strikers, listen, if you want to score a goal, get on the end of this. Brilliant ball into the box. Jordi Alba just does enough there and takes one on his head for his troubles.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is going to go first in terms of the changes. That is Pasalic's final involvement. And Bruno Petkovic, who came off the bench to score in extra time in the semi-final against Holland, is off the bench again. As you can see, Spain are also going to change things up as well. Ansu Fati looks as though he's being readied down there. Just making sure Jordi Alba, the captain, is okay first.
Yeah, great change from 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. All of the joy from Croatia's in wide areas. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 getting 2 or 3 great balls into the box. Obviously, 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 is not really his qualities. His qualities is in deeper and wider areas. So the manager's brought on a big man, brought on Petkovic, and moved 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 out to the right-hand side to hopefully give Croatia more height, more joy once the ball does come in the box.
Morata's flick from Juranovic.
Goalkeepers always do that. When they see the big man up there, they always just punt it up there.
Well, he is strong, he is physical. Here he is, Bruno Petkovic of Dinamo Zagreb. Kramaric, Simon required. That's a foul by Perisic. And sometimes in a game, particularly a final, just the introduction of one person can fire things up a touch. You sense it's done it here.
Yeah, and this is, looking at the first 60 minutes, this is the missing piece for the Croatian puzzle. They've been missing that presence in the box. They've had all the approach play in the world, but they haven't really had someone clinical enough to put the ball in the back of the net. And Petkovic coming on, the manager hopes he's going to be the answer.
Well, I mentioned Fati was coming on for Spain. He's going to be joined by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. I was telling you about this, had a remarkable tale so far in international football. They are both readied the next time this ball goes out of play. Gavi loses possession to Brozovic. Here goes Kovacic. Kovacic. Juranovic. Now Asensio for Spain. Morata waiting patiently for the pass. It didn't arrive, but Asensio's got it back from Pino. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 with the defending. Still, the two Spain substitutes wait to be introduced. Rodri now, from range! Oh, it certainly had Livakovic moving in the Croatia goal.
Petkovic is not happy. There's a bit of contact, but not enough for the foul. And Rodri, against the runner play from distance, a some strike that. Just cutting across the ball, a little bit of swerve. Hopefully bring it back inside the post, but just doesn't get enough curve on it.
So Pino is the first to depart to allow Barcelona's Ansu Fati to come on. And the dejected Morata is replaced by 33-year-old 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Now let me tell you that only Benzema and Lewandowski scored more La Liga goals this season than the man who used to play for Newcastle under Rafa Benitez and Stoke City and the Marcus. Made his international debut just before his 33rd birthday, scored 2 on it, and scored the 88th minute winner in the semi-final against Italy. And let me tell you tonight, Florentino Perez, the Real Madrid president, has confirmed that 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, after the departure of Benzema, will be a Real Madrid player next season on a season-long loan from Espanyol, with a view to purchase for €1.5 million.
What a story. I'd love to know what's in the water at Stoke City when it comes to strikers.
He's on the pitch now for Spain to try and continue this remarkable story. It was their oldest debutants in international football for 17 years. Spain have actually scored 5 goals in this calendar year. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's got 3 of them.
Well, yeah, clearly plan A wasn't working, which is fine. This is why the managers have a bench, they have a plan B, they have other options. They've now got 20-25 minutes to go to plan B and hopefully have a bit more joy. But for Croatia, the game plan is clear now. They're not looking to get into the pockets, looking to get the ball wide one end and then switch it to the other side and look for an opening to get across into the box for the big man in the box.
Perisic's throw. So both nations have changed things up, centre forward wise. We await the impact. 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𷅓. Forward by Modric for Croatia. Into Milan midfielder again.
You can see looking wide at the first opportunity. Switches on.
Petkovic, now 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He just had to check to stay onside there, Croatia. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's ball in. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's clearance wasn't too convincing. Now the flag has finally gone up.
Great work from 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He found a nice little pocket, probably just offside.
A reminder, at 11:30 this evening here on 4, you can see highlights in the Formula 1 of today's Canadian Grand Prix. 11:30 tonight, after the Nations League final here on Channel 4. That's given away to 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Tidied up by Juranovic. Croatia free kick.
I must say it's been a really fascinating 0-0, such a great tactical battle, and even now seeing the managers changing, making subs, changing the way they want to play. It's going to be a really interesting last 20-25 minutes, see if one of the managers can get their decision spot on and win their country the Nations League.
Kramaric. Inside the final 20 minutes in Rotterdam. Juranovic again with space on this right-hand side. Left-footed cross. Away by Navas. Modric into Perisic. Perisic cutting inside.
Again, it's not the worst ball in the world. He's put it in a dangerous area. I think Petkovic was on the penalty spot, but he's the one that's got to be gambling. I think Modric is saying that. He's the one that's got to be gambling, getting closer to the goal. That's what he's brought on the pitch for.
Let's get one thing straight. It's never the wide man's fault, is it?
You can tell which position I play.
Unions. Lenormand for Spain. One of only 8 nations ever to win the World Cup. 3 times champions of Europe. Already beaten in one final in the Nations League. Desperate to win this one. Long from Laporte. Extremely comfortable for Perisic. Brozovic didn't make that, Rodri did. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's header for Croatia.
Both sides started this game looking to keep possession and be patient, and 73 minutes in, they've both resorted to kicking it long to the big men up front. Football's such a beautiful game.
Fabian Ruiz, dispossessed by Brozovic. Kovacic doesn't get his foul. Fati. Cleverly done by Brozovic. And the foul from Robin Lenormand.
Good striker play from Petkovic, felt the pressure, knew he had nowhere to go and bought his side a foul and allowed his team to get up the pitch. Brilliant play.
That's a clever ball from Jordi Alba. Fati. Livakovic used his feet, and Brian Ruiz floated over the crossbar. Fabian Ruiz had the idea there, but it was Fati's pace that unsettled Croatia.
Yes, Fati down this left-hand side, I think he's just about onside, who's running behind, and I don't think Spain have had that yet, and comes to Ruiz, which is a great strike. It just looked like he was going to dip under that bar. But Fati's definitely given Spain something they haven't had.
Modric. Mikel Moreno. Real Sociedad, formerly of Newcastle. He's going to come on in midfield imminently for Spain. Ruiz. Josselu's touch into Fati. Rodri. Back on his feet and back on the ball. Navas. By 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Fati has it back. It's Fati. It's blocked by Juranovic. And then the strike was always going wide. From Asensio.
Definitely better from Spain. Last 10-15 minutes since the changes. Fati giving them a direct presence. Asensio with his quality, probably disappointed with his connection there. But positive signs for Spain for sure.
Looks like it's going to be a double change for Spain now, because Lenormand looks to have picked up an injury. So the Sociedad defender is forced off. Fabian Ruiz place. Replaced by Moreno in midfield. Nacho, the vastly experienced new Real Madrid captain, actually. 33-year-old, just on a new one-year deal, is on. And 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who's still a West Ham player, is on for Croatia to replace 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Fresh legs, understandable, given this long season, and indeed the way the semi-finals went, particularly for Croatia.
Yeah, Petkovic winning another foul for his team. So good at backing in and feeling the contact and going over and giving his side a respite.
Petkovic. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 finds 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. And in turn switches play to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓪. From Erlich to Ivakovic.
Croatia really need another spell. Since the Spanish changes, they've not really had a grip of the game. They've not really been able to control the ball like they were doing. Really need 4 or 5 minutes to settle on the ball and get the rhythm back again.
Modric. That's the first yellow card of the evening. It's gone to Gavi.
That's the 4th tactical foul from Spain. Gavi had one in the first half, probably should have been booked for. Not getting away with that one.
Nearly 20 years his junior, but needs must. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷. Up against Asensio, and he's got the cross in again. Laporte's header away. Back with Brozovic. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓪. He thinks it's a corner to goal kick. Either side have had a shot on target in the second half so far. Dani Olmo getting ready to come on. And only played for so long in Croatia in his club football. Nacho's header for Spain, then 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Modric. Fabulous.
Beautiful.
Into 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷. Kovacic going on ahead of him. Too strong for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓪.
know what, I was just about to criticise Modric for missing the run down the right-hand side of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and then he just goes and turns out and plays an outside of the foot pass to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 on the left-hand side.
Moreno. Ħossalu's flick. Guided back by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. It's not a time for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to take that kind of risk. At 0-0 in a Nations League final. Here's Rodri for Spain. Jordi Alba. Found its way through to Moreno. It's 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. It's virtually off the line by Ivan Perisic.
Well, that man again, 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, with a chance. He feels he should do better.
We'll have another look at that in a moment. Asensio's corner to come first for Spain. Inside the final 6 minutes. He came off Laporte last. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 holds on, no problem. But it's that man, Ansu Fati, who had the opportunity, Andros.
Yeah, great cutback into 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲. To be fair, it's a good strike. It's Perisic who just reads it well and gets himself back in line with the goalkeeper, but you can't fault the finish from 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲.
Some of the Spain substitutes were often running down the touchline there. They thought that was in.
He's been everywhere tonight, Perisic. Been their best player in the final third, has saved his team just there. This is the first time we've seen Croatia forced back into a low block. They've been on the front foot for most of the game.
Here goes 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲. Trying to link up with his clubmate Gavi. Laporte tidies up for Spain. Almost still waits to come on. 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 once more. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 stood his ground, and 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷 committed the foul. And now, finally, Olmo, who played for so long in Croatia with 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 Zagreb, having been released by Barcelona. He's got to come on. Here's the chance again for 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲.
Beats the goalkeeper, doesn't he? Keeps it low. Good strike. Not much more he could do there.
As you can hear, even the Croatian supporters are cheering Olmo. Now with Leipzig, just won the German Cup.
Yeah, they really defended Gavi well. The Croatian backline and midfield three denied him any space and time on the ball that he loves.
Incidentally, it was Gavi to make way for Olmo.
Seem to be settling for extra time, Croatia, which is dangerous with 7 or 8 minutes to go. The last team you want to force onto you is this Spanish side.
Modric up to Petkovic. The supporting cast weren't there quick enough for him. Moreno. Croatia have gone into extra time in 7 of their 10 knockout games in tournaments. They've gone on to win 6 of those 7. Either in extra time or penalties. And as we told you before the show, the only defeat in that time was to Spain. It's back at Euro 2000. It's cleared by 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰.
I think you can tell as well that Croatia are more comfortable going to extra time. They were the team looking most likely to score, but now they've just retreated back into their block for 5-10 minutes. Thinking if they can weather the storm, that they'll be confident going into the extra time, that they can find another goal.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Well, scored in the 88th minute in the semi-final through 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Did Spain. It's a tired ball. Here can Croatia, but it's not what 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 required. You can see his frustration.
Needs to get back in. No time for complaining.
𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is waiting to come on for Croatia very late on here. Final minute of the 90. Navas. Space for Asensio. And he went for goal himself.
On his weaker foot. Didn't really look like he had the options. Let's have a look here. Yeah, didn't really have the options in the box. Had to go alone on his weaker side.
Kramaric departs. 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who's now come on as a sub in 10 of the last 11 internationals, plays his football in France with Rennes. It's just helped them to a top 4 finish. And there are 4 minutes of stoppage time. And if there isn't a hero in that, then for the first time in a Nations League final, we will have extra time. Brought down.
Petkovic really has put himself about since he's come on. He's not afraid to use his arms and use his physical presence.
Lifted forward towards 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓤𝓚sic for Croatia. Navas. Olmo. Overhit it for Moreno.
Big chance for Olmo there. That's probably the first time in this game that Spain have been able to break a line into the number 10, and just Olmo just didn't really get the contact on the pass, overhit it, but it's the first time that they've got the pocket of space that they've been wanting to try and get for 90 minutes.
𝓤𝓚sic. Now Maya. in history been 2 draws between these two nations. Looks as though this is going to be a third, which is going to be why we're going to have another half an hour or so. Or are we? Here's 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. It'll touch to Maya. Brozovic now. Ivanovic had a difficult one to deal with there. And Croatia haven't got the corner they thought they should have.
Looked a corner, surely. Yeah, corner. Got to say, great defending from Fati though to help out his team.
That's been given. He's overruled his assistant. Now then, this will be the final act. Are they about to jump even higher, those Croatian supporters? Are we to see late drama in the final? Modric in. Tired ball. The referee's had a look at his watch. There isn't time for the throw. No goals, nothing between Croatia and Spain. We still await confirmation of who will win this season's Nations League. Stay with us, go and pop the kettle on, make yourself comfortable, and come right back with us, because for the first time, the Nations League final requires extra time.
It might do, given that it features Croatia against Spain, still goalless. We hand back to our commentators, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰.
So it's a test of mentality and physicality now for these two. The end of a long, hard season. We have another 30 minutes in this final. Extra time for Croatia again, just they had in the semi-final. And of course, they were 4-2 winners against Holland. They get us underway for another extra period. They seem to be the experts in tournaments at this.
Yeah, and you can see just they accepted extra time with 15-20 minutes to go. They've been there, they've done it before. They're happy being in this situation.
Maya. Ivanovic with the cross. 𝓤𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 couldn't get it down. 𝓤𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Neither could Kovacic. It's a free kick for the foul on 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰.
Is it for the hands or the foot?
Nacho. That's a loose touch. Petkovic for Croatia, beaten just once in 16 internationals, and that was the World Cup semi-final to Argentina. Spain incidentally haven't scored for just the third time in 29 internationals in 90 minutes. No sense when an opportunity presents itself at either end, it will be defining either way. Concentration becomes even more important. No one, as the stakes get higher, wants to be the individual that cost their country. Perisic. Let's go across again. Lead away by Laporte. Brozovic. Beautifully brought down, scuffed effort. Kovacic. Socks a little lower. So congested in those central areas.
You know, when Perisic gets the ball, 9 times out of 10 the ball's coming in the box. Why have Croatia only got 2 players in the box when Perisic is in the final third in wide areas?
Nothing more frustrating for a wide player. I can feel it in your voice. Well, someone's going to have to dig deep, and rather deep here. Nacho. 𝓤𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 in the end is penalised. Fati. Moreno. Navas. Ivanovic feared the corner, which is why he tries to retrieve it. Short from 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Trying to trick Kovacic. Olmo. Asensio. Socks a little low down the calves of Rodri as well. Huge physical exertions in the last week for him. And indeed all season. Navas. Modric into the feet of Petkovic. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the substitutes in the book.
That's brilliant centre-forward play, yet again from Petkovic. His side will under pressure, under the cosh. It's a dream if you have a striker who can not only keep the ball for you, but win you fouls like that when he's got nowhere to go. Brilliant striker's play.
The 37-year-old Navas, we actually saw him at 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 getting his hamstring heavily strapped before extra time began. There's no more. Dani Carvajal of Real Madrid, a couple of appearances at the World Cup in Qatar, is on. So both yellow cards in the last 2 minutes have gone to Spain. Rodri has joined Nacho.
That one was just needless. He's not really stopping anything.
Asensio. Olmo. Fatty's on the move. Excellent from Juranovic again.
Yeah. Just couldn't sort his feet out, Fatty, on that time, but it's Olmo again picking up the ball in the pockets. Managing to find space that Gavi wasn't able to for the first 70, 75 minutes of this game. Almost finding a way.
Fatty again. Carvajal. Here's Olmo. The fresher players on the pitch at the moment. Kovacic. Oh, he's got into his stride here, Kovacic, and he's poked it through to Maya. Can he finish, Maya? What a challenge it was from Nacho. He's hurt himself in doing so. But the new Real Madrid captain timed that to perfection.
Taking one for the team there, Nacho. not for the first time. Some of the last-ditch defending from the Spanish has been incredible tonight. You think Kovacic makes a mess of it here, but somehow finds a way to get it through to Maya, and just couldn't sort his feet out, couldn't get the ball under control. Nacho with a brilliant last-ditch tackle.
There'll be some concern here because Spain made their 5 substitutions in the 90 minutes. As we've just seen with 𝓣𝓱𝓪, they've used their extra time substitute. So if Nacho is unable to continue, they will continue in extra time with only 10. He's back on his feet with a grimace. The 33-year-old.
I think he'll be all right. It seemed to be a contact injury as he made the tackle on Maya, I think it was. Normally you can run those ones off.
Just making sure the referee was going to go backwards with the Spain restart.
To be honest, the referee probably shouldn't have stopped it in the first place, with Fati with clear possession on the counter-attack. Neither injury was head-related.
Still moving gingerly, Nacho. No foul. Maya for Croatia. Concerned about Nacho. They've actually moved 𝓣𝓱𝓪 into centre-back, the Spanish. Here's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, early cross, and there is 𝓣𝓱𝓪. Kovacic. No foul on Pekovic. Olmo for Spain. It's a little desperation, but effectiveness in some of these tackles. 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 now for Croatia. Overhit by Brozovic.
I've been there when the legs get tired, the mind also gets tired and makes some silly decisions, and that's not like Brozovic with his quality, but the mind plays tricks on you when you're fatigued like they are now.
Asensio. Still going, Asensio. And then Olmo. Well, that's set up invitingly for Dani Olmo.
Asensio initially does well, coming inside on his left foot. Olmo probably should do better. Bounces up nicely, just can't. Bounces just before he strikes it, which means the ball is always, unless you hit it into the ground, the ball's always going to rise. Big chance for Spain, though.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 with the throw. That's now gone Spain's way. 2 minutes of time to add on at the end of the first period of extra time. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. No time to turn for 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓴𝓼 there. Made by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 in a spectacular fashion. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 back in this right-back position. Lifted forward by Laporte. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Moreno went down. Big appeals there from two Spanish players. Asensio. Petkovic for Croatia. Not sure there's time to continue this attack, but he's kept it in. It's 𝓣𝓱𝓪. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Still 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷, and comfortable for Simon.
Great work from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, working onto his right foot. But the last touch just before the shot, just touches it too much in front of himself. This is the penalty. Now Modric gets there first. That's the fourth or fifth one, which hasn't even been close to being a penalty.
We are no closer to knowing who's going to lift this season's Nations League. We're 15 minutes away from penalties, because at half-time and extra time, James, it's still 0-0.
Certainly is. Many thanks so far then to Steve and Andros, Emma Hayes and Dirk Cat here with us. This has been such a long season, and the Nations League finally is heading that way as well. Croatia had 120 minutes Wednesday, and amazing as they are at doing extra time, surely that's going to start to have an impact on them, Dirk.
Yeah, but it's just one other game, the last game of the season, so it's just they want to do everything for that silverware, in my opinion, and they defend very hard. Both teams are very tight, but still you see, you know, some couple of good chances by both sides. So
yeah,
interesting 15 more minutes, but I think everyone is expecting penalties at the end.
Well, we shall see. Are Spain going to finish the game in 11 men, though, after some questionable substitute decisions from their bench?
Well, good question, but I do think Croatia ended the first half of extra time on top. I think it's a question of whether Spain, particularly with their subs, Olmo, Fati in particular, I think we brought a lot to the Spanish team, get their one or two moments that perhaps we'll see later on. But Croatia, for me, looking really strong.
And they only made 3 substitutes, so they've got some substitutes left, so maybe they can bring some fresh legs, and you never know what it can make the difference.
You might not get your penalties after all day. What will the managers be saying, Emma, in these huddles? And how much difference do you think it'll make?
Like Dirk said, this is the end of the season. There's 15 minutes to play. There's silverware at the end of it. You don't need to motivate the players for that. You just perhaps have to just do 1, 2 little extra things. And I think that, personally, I think Croatia will go on and win this game. I hope they do. I would like to see them lift some silverware. Yeah,
we just saw one spectator there taking on some extra oxygen in preparation for the final 15 minutes before an eventual shootout. We've seen Croatia do this time and time again, and they always seem to be successful. In fact, the last time they lost an extra time game was just over 2 years ago, but it was against Spain in that remarkable 5-3 at the Euros, of course. Well, we're almost ready then for the second 15-minute. Croatia about to win their first silverware ever? Or is it going to be Spain's night? Back to Andros Townsend and Steve Bauer.
And Spain will get the last 15 minutes of their international and domestic long season underway. And unless we have a goal, we will have a penalty shootout to decide this year's winners of the Nations League. Nacho. Juranovic. Now 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Oh, he's gone past Juranovic this time. Little drag back as well, and cross straight to 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰.
Yeah, he's been really good. Even the end product wasn't what he wanted. He's been really good tonight, and what he's done is he's taken the football away from Croatia. When Croatia brought on Petkovic, I thought that was the dream sub for them. That was the last piece of the jigsaw, but Olmo's come on, 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's come on, and they've really driven Croatia back into a low block, which we hadn't seen.
Moreno. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 again. Jordi Alba, super ball. Asensio couldn't take it in his stride.
First touch there from Asensio. More good work from 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. First touch just let him down, which is rare. A man of his quality with his left foot that he's got. You'd expect him to trap that. Again, it's probably the tiredness.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓴𝓼 there, Spanish coach, remember, in just his 4th game in charge. Won tournaments, Euros with under-21s and under-19s. To complete the set of national team here tonight. Olmo! Deflected wide for a corner. He's made a difference since his introduction.
He has. I was very surprised when they took Gavi off, even though he wasn't really having much joy. But Olmo as well as 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷, again. I think Croatia needs to get Juranovic some help down his right-hand side, because 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓼's got the run on him every single time, and it's Luka Modric, the man, to come over and help out when you don't want your main man doing that.
Short again from 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓼 to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He's lifted in, headed away by 𝓫𝓏. Rodri. Is that another corner? They think it is. It is. Asensio's effort deflected. The stage is set for a hero to step forward. In from Jordi Alba. Off the head of Brozovic. Then Laporte jumping. Rodri shooting. Goodness me, imagine if it was him who got the goal after all that he's done this season. Run back by 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Nacho. Perisic now for Croatia. Normally done. Maya. 𝓤𝓚𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Petkovic trying to stay on side. He got it from Kovacic. Oh, and then the effort. 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 straight at Simon.
Yeah, really good from Croatia. Just keeping the ball. And the opportunity arises, it's offside, but still great work to get the ball into him and get the shot off.
𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is going to come on for Croatia shortly. Fresh defensive legs. Less than 10 minutes from penalties.
See what they're trying to do. Fatty's the danger man. They're trying to get the ball out to him. But on this occasion, he comes short to try and get the ball inside. And I think it's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 plays the ball wide. Good sub.
He's covered some ground tonight, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Straight swap at right back. 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷 23 appearances for Bayern this season, still only 23 years of age.
Yeah, he's played really well, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, both offensively and defensively, but the last 10, 15, 20 minutes, Fatty really has got the better of him, and I think it was the right time to make the substitution, get the fresh legs on, and hopefully stop the wave of attack down this left-hand side for Spain.
11th cap for Croatia, for 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, Munich-born, Croatian parents. With the flick. Run back by 𝓳𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Kovacic. Perisic against Carvajal this time. He's got it in though. Away by Laporte. Maya. 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Didn't reach Maya from 𝓳𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. Now 𝓳𝓸𝓲 for Spain. Brilliant from 𝓳𝓲𝓲𝓷. Linking up with Modric and then cleared by Jordi Alba. They're trying their best to introduce some energy into those Croatian legs. Kovacic. In for Rodri. Fatty. Olmo trying to slide it through, but so congested in that central area. Petkovic with a touch now. Can the cavalry support 𝓳𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷? Big ask at this stage.
Yeah, I think that's the problem when you start dropping off, when you start playing deep. Those counter-attacks become even harder to keep up with play. I think it was 𝓳𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 out there on his own, had to turn back and start again. Ended up losing possession.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Croatia wanted a free kick in the build-up there. Rodri. Oh, deflected. Off the head of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 for a Spain corner.
Yeah, he's getting all the time in the world on the edge of the box there, Rodrigo. I think you see 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 over on the right-hand side, who's doubling up to help the defence deal with 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, and it's allowing Rodri to pick up a nice position on the edge of the box, and it's the second strike he's had on goal.
Will this one be more direct? From Spain's point of view, lifted in this time by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 all the way through.
That's a great ball. Some ball in the box. I think it's Moreno who makes that run centrally, just misses it, and unfortunately for Spain, there's nobody who's following round at the far post.
Sets of supporters know what's round the corner. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the emotional roller coaster. Olmo trying to find 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷. Maya can't get it away. Asensio. Get it back from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. Off 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷, Spain corner.
All Spain at the minute, either down the left-hand side with 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲, if not, almost in between the lines, picking up some nice space. But all Spain, Croatia, all their dominance in the early stages is gone.
Short to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷. Real Madrid fullback's got it back. Away by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷 for Croatia. Nacho. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 away for Croatia. Foul on Maya.
Could be their last chance. Wondering if they go, even though it's very deep, wondering if they go direct, see if they can get a shot on target, because it doesn't seem like it's going to come from open play.
Lifted in by Modric. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 was in there. It's come back to Kovacic. Off 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, Croatia corner.
That was it, that was the chance. Ball in the box from Modric. Back to Kovacic, who doesn't catch it well, but manages to win his side a corner.
The phones are out in the hope that this will be historic footage. Last chance saloon for an open play goal for Croatia. Maya's cross. Laporte's defensive header. Driven in by Maya. Driven away by Nacho, only as far as Modric. Final minute of extra time. Corner. Jordi Alba can't prevent it.
Listen, they were hoping for one chance. This is now their third. They really have to make this count. Good spell for Croatia.
In from Brozovic, Simon claims.
Yeah, they went for it half-heartedly. They kept men back. They put four in the box, and always going to be difficult when you only bring forward 4 players for a corner. But you can tell they're comfortable, they're happy with penalties. They've been there before, they'll do it again.
The 2023 Nations League final will be decided on a penalty shootout after a 0-0 draw over 120 minutes between Croatia and Spain. Croatia have won their last 4 shootouts at major tournaments. Spain have been knocked out of major tournaments in their last 3 shootouts. We'll see what drama unfolds shortly in tonight's. But at the end of all that, it's Croatia 0, Spain 0.
Yeah, indeed. We'll be back with Andros and Steve very shortly, but Emma and Dirk, penalties. Dirk, you know all about a penalty shootout.
Yeah, I had it a couple of times in with Liverpool, obviously, in the semi-finals against Chelsea.
Scored the winning penalty.
Yeah, I was able to score the winning penalty. It was unbelievable moment on Anfield. But also twice I had it in the World Cup with Costa Rica. I think everybody knows 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, who came on just a minute before the end of the game. And unfortunately, we get beat by penalties by Argentina.
Right. Oh. Not sure if we have any idea of what has happened there, but it looks like some of the tension from the preceding 120 minutes has just spilled over.
All good.
All good. That's been...
They all want to take a penalty, maybe.
Yeah, probably. Well, so let's talk about that, because the 2 teams will have already sorted out the order of their penalty takers. Is that right?
No, Emma was just talking about it. Normally, you prepare your penalties, you know who the penalty is going to take, but because of the 120 minutes, the substitutes, sometimes, you know, you have a bit of a change. So, Emma, maybe you can say something about it.
I think regardless, pick first, pick where your home supporters are, and put your team in the lead, because that's the advantage you can give yourself. And whichever team manages to do that, then I'm going to put my money on them.
Okay. And your experience against Costa Rica, so everything goes swimmingly, but then a change in the Argentina
We had
game.
against Argentina was normally Robin van Persie was our first penalty taker, and in my opinion, you let your first and your third penalty taker that are your best shooters.
First and the third?
Yeah, in my opinion, these are the most, you know, important ones. And Robin was supposed to take the first penalty against Argentina, but he gets substituted in the extra time. So then everything changed, and that's a mental issue for all the players. And unfortunately, 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷 was the one who took the first penalty, and he missed, and was a bad advantage for us.
Okay, have the managers left the right players on the pitch this time?
Well, we'll soon find out. But, you know, one thing's clear is that, you know, these teams would have prepared for this moment. But you have to execute. You know, the realities are that's what they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, particularly that team, Croatia, will have prepared for this moment, because it happens to them again and again. As Steve was just mentioning, Spain's unhappy record from the spot in tournament football. In the last Nations League final, they lost to France at this point in a shootout in the final.
What we don't know is what the save percentage is for both goalkeepers in penalty shootouts, and that sort of analysis would have been done. So depending on that as well, we'll see the qualities of both goalkeepers.
Neither team can, I think, well, perhaps Croatia can claim the home support in this stadium. They are there in numbers, and they seem very, very vociferous.
Well, it looks like Luka Modric certainly won the most important penalty of the night. It looks like, and if Croatia shoot first, my money's on them.
All right, Emma. Excellent. Well,
already before the game, the money was on them.
You know what? I'm desperate for them to win. I feel so bad saying that. I've wanted. I think this is a team. They've got unbelievable experience. I think they're so deserving of lifting major silverware at the international level, and I'd like to see them do it.
Well, '92 they began as a nation, as a federation. And they stunned us by how well they did in '96, but the last 6 years have been incredible. The World Cup final, a semi-final, now the Nations League final. What will tonight in Rotterdam bring? Let's return to Andros and Steve Bauer.
Here we go then. Strap yourself in. Penalties to decide the silverware of the Nations League. And as we've seen, and you've been hearing, Croatia have won the right to go first. The nation with more supporters inside the stadium. So 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 will be the first to be tested there. First up for Croatia, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who scores. And Croatia have the lead and lift off at the start of the shootout.
That's a very, very good penalty from 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Exactly the start that that man wanted. Very confident, picked his spot, executed it perfectly.
He scored in both shootouts in the World Cup in Qatar. He scored again there. Now then, first up for Spain, the 33-year-old, who, remember, has agreed to join Real Madrid tonight, next season, 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷. The man whose goal got them into the final in the semi-final against 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Clinical. They have a scoring start as well.
That's incredible. That is perfection under pressure. Normally, if you're feeling the nerves a little bit, you think, right, let me take a little bit off it. I won't put it right in the top corner. But that is perfection.
Well, Spain have already gone better than their exit on penalties in the World Cup to Morocco, where they missed all three. None of those three players involved this evening, incidentally. Well, this man played the Champions League final, extra time in the semi-final, extra time in the final, and he's up second here. Here comes Brozovic. Ice cool. 2-1 Croatia.
Yeah, very good penalty. You either go high in the top corner or low in the side netting. You see, he's looking at the keeper all the time, sees him dive one way, puts it in the bottom corner the other. Good penalties to start this shootout.
The man who denied in the Champions League with that goal in Istanbul. The treble winner, Rodri, up next for Spain. Nothing goes wrong this season for him. 2-2.
Yeah, another very good penalty. Sends the keeper the wrong way, puts it in the side netting. It's one of those, there's so much power on the strike that even if the keeper does go the right way, probably doesn't save it. Right in that side netting as well.
Here he is, third up. The magician that is Luka Modric. The man so many football fans want to see lift this trophy this evening. 4 penalties scored out of 4 so far in the shootout. And Modric, was he ever going to miss?
Oh, it's another brilliant penalty. He's the one man you didn't want to miss. He's the one man that didn't deserve to miss. Straight down the middle, right in the roof of the net.
So the pressure goes back onto Spain. Mikel Moreno, the substitute of Real Sociedad. Only his 5th international cap tonight. Oh, what about that? For technique. And coolly dispatched.
We could be here a while, Steve. Cool, calm, collected. Waits for the keeper to dive, puts it the opposite side.
Well, we've had 6 penalties of the highest quality so far.
And very different penalties, different techniques, different styles.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who scored in the World Cup from the spot against Brazil. One of Croatia's substitutes to maintain the 100% record in the shootout. He can't! 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 guesses right. The first save of the shootout is Spain's.
He gambles there, the goalkeeper. Top save. It's not a bad penalty. It's hit with pace, it's hit with power, but the keeper just reads it. He knows the left footer's going to go across his body. Great save.
So this from Asensio to give Spain the advantage.
Oh.
What about that? 4 out of 4 for Spain. Croatia have to score next.
This is incredible. Incredible penalty taken from Spain. Again, the keeper guesses. He knows the left footer's going across his body. Goes early, but no keeper in the world is saving that. Brilliant, brilliant penalty from Asensio.
The pressure of his nation falls on their second most capped player. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has to score for Croatia. And he does score. He at least is going to ask Spain the question.
Yeah, he deserved that. For me, he's been the best attacking player for Croatia tonight. Keeps his side in it.
It comes down to Manchester City's treble winner, Aymeric Laporte. He knows his own personal incredible season will be complete if he scores this penalty, which he can't. The opportunity for Spain to win it at that moment disappears, and Croatia have a lifeline.
Oh, wow. Again, I'm not faulting the penalty taker there. Opts to go down the middle, opts to go in the roof of the net. He thinks he scored it, but unlike Modric, wasn't able to get the roof of the net, just put too much, lifted it too much. Has to find margins in these important matches.
So, we go to sudden death, and we go to Bruno Petkovic, who scored in extra time in the semi-final against Holland. Who can't score in the shootout. Simon with another save, and Spain with another chance to score and win the Nations League. Oh, hang on. Has he gone too early, Unai Simon?
Goal. Just left his trailing foot. Good penalty from Petkovic in the corner, but it's probably a better height for the goalkeeper. It's neither top corner nor bottom corner, even though he's got the power on it. The keeper's able to save it.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Can he achieve what Laporte couldn't? The Real Madrid fullback also has a penalty to win the Nations League for Spain, which he does. And after a 13-year wait, Spain have an international tournament to their name to celebrate. Heartache for Croatia and for Luka Modric. But the 2023 Nations League winners are Spain. And their new generation have silverware to kickstart their new progress under their new coach. And 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and Croatia are left to reflect on what might have been.
Yeah, it's always a cruel way to end, but full credit to Spain. I think over the course of the game, Croatia are probably the better side, but credit to the manager, Lafuente. His subs kept him in this game, switched the momentum away from Croatia onto his side. Fatih in particular really did put Croatia on the back foot. And they get the reward because of it.
Well, the Spanish celebrations are underway. The tears are beginning to run as far as Croatia are concerned, and the fairy tale of Luka Modric lifting that giant trophy is not going to happen. We didn't get a goal in 120 minutes. We got drama in the shootout. And back to us shortly to see Spain lift the trophy, because they are the Nations League winners, James. 5-4 on penalties.
There you go, their name on the silverware. Many, many thanks to Andros Townsend and Steve Barr for their company this evening on an epic night in Rotterdam. Spain ending that long trophy drought, returning to winning ways. For Croatia and for Luka Modric, next time. He'll be 38 next summer, but if they make it to the Euros, who knows? Maybe that time, maybe that time. Emma, I know you were gutted for Croatia, but Spain, worthy winners on the night?
I think it could have gone either way, but when it comes to penalty shootouts, they had the better goalkeeper. I think that's the reality. I think Simon did what he had to in the right moments, and look at that for composure from 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓴𝓼. I mean, that's so much quality in that finish. And deserving because they scored more goals than their opponent, but just gutted for Luka Modric. I'm sure many people are, because fabulous player like that would have been great for him to lift silverware for his country.
Indeed, the Spain manager has been in all sorts of pressure in the build-up to this final. Dirk, you've scored a winning penalty in a shootout yourself.
Yeah.
What about that?
I never took one like that, to be honest. I would ever forgive myself if I would miss it. But what a way to finish it, and what a way to win it. And it is all to do with experience. And I think at the end, Spain had a little bit more of experience with the penalty takers.
And maybe a better bench to call on as the game wore on, would you say?
Well, it was very tight. I think both teams still had chances, also in the extra time. But at the end of the day, we already felt it a little bit before the game. During the game, even the same. And at extra time, I was always thinking this could be a penalty day, a penalty finish. And yeah, a little bit harsh for Modric, but also for the other players of Croatia, because they deserve some silverware. And yeah, who knows, they got another chance maybe in the Euros next season. But it will be very hard for Modric to win some silverware with his country.
Yeah. Was winner of a Ballon d'Or himself and countless trophies in his time at Real Madrid, but recognition in terms of a title with Croatia still tantalisingly so close but so far. And those Croatia fans have been magnificent throughout this tournament, particularly in this final. As soon as that Spanish penalty went in and the title was there, launching into full-throated support of their beaten players. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓴𝓼 is a player who really stood out for you in that extra time.
Oh, superb. I mean, creative on that left-hand side. Certainly got into good positions inside the penalty box. I think it's what both teams lacked, to be honest with you, and 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 come up with the best chance. Late on, great goal line clearance from Perisic, but good substitutions from Spain. I think Olmo too added a lot to the game. And as Dirk quite rightly put out, it's a game just didn't, nothing separated the two sides.
Right. Well, it's been a season that struggled to finish, and certainly you could say that of the two teams this night. But the penalties went Spain's way, and they are our third ever Nations League winners. Heartbreak for Croatia's fans. We are going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to come back and reanalyse the key moments of tonight, and maybe a little bit of a look at the third, fourth player from earlier today, on one or two other things as well. But mixed emotions there in Rotterdam. We'll see you in a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back, everybody. So, at the end of the longest season ever, that was the moment that 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 saw Spain's name etched in the Nations League trophy. And there was much rejoicing, particularly here in the studio, apart from Emma, who was gutted for Croatia, and understandably so, but terrific for Spain, who've waited a long time to get some silverware back in their trophy cabinet. We can see they're preparing for the presentation behind us there, but, you know, there'll be a bit of time while the suits sort themselves out for that and hand out various sundry gongs. So a bit of a chance for Emma and Dirk and myself to relive the sheer drama of that penalty shootout. There were some terrific kicks there. Dirk, would you take us through with your penalty taker's mindset, the approach of some of these players here?
Yeah, no, the first 6 penalties went very well. And I think it was Meyer who
Meyer was the first two.
First one, and I think he didn't came on really well. I saw him coming on against Holland. He did well, but today he was not really lucky, and unfortunately with this penalty he was the first one to miss.
The first 3 were, for both teams, were perfect. You were saying before the shootout started that the first penalty taker and the third were the key ones. Why is that, briefly?
Well, I think especially the first one is important, you know.
To give you the momentum.
Yeah, to score the first goal. But the third one, you saw Modric taking it, the most important player of Croatia.
Right.
If you make that one and the other team missing it, you're almost, you know, on a match point.
OK, well, that was the first miss, and it put Spain in the driving seat.
Keeper was really close to come from his line. I think twice the referee had to check it if he's not too early, but I think yeah, some great saves of the goalkeeper of Spain.
He really did. And then we saw Laporte, who
hitting
gave
the
Croatia
crossbar,
that lifeline, and you see the Spanish players already celebrating.
Yeah.
Well, why not? They're close to it, and you can see Simon.
This is a great save, to be honest.
He's teetering on the brink, though, that back foot. You think at times he's almost off the line.
As a penalty taker, you have to choose. Either you shoot low or you shoot high. This is the most reachable spot for a goalkeeper to save a ball. So, yeah.
And that's an astonishingly chilled way to take an absolutely crucial penalty.
If I would be a Spanish player of the national team and the keeper would save this, I would kill him. I would really kill him.
Yeah.
But now he's the hero, and that's football.
OK, and Luis de la Fuente celebrates on the sideline. Emma, extraordinary. You'll probably say that's football, but this was a man who, within the last week, we were hearing in Spain, was on the verge of getting the sack.
It's football. That's exactly that. I mean, they've been underwhelming, and tonight I thought they performed well, particularly, I think, in the second half of the game onwards, showed their qualities.
Right.
But, no, it's a penalty shootout. It's a lottery.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, 2 teams have performed, I think, at a very good level. Tactically, I don't think you can ask any more of his players. And I think, in particular, the younger players came on, I think, impressed. So he's got a lot to build on from that, and that will give the team huge confidence.
OK.
I think Spain did well, but what I missed is that also that we discussed during the night is that they missed some wing players, and also I missed a little bit that final pass to create a goal. So if they can build on that, I think they have a great team for the future, because there are some really young players in this team who only can grow.
All right, we shall see. Meanwhile, 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 didn't miss his crucial penalty kick, and Spain are the Nations League winner for 2023. Very, very shortly, we'll see them lift that piece of silverware into the Rotterdam sky. We're going to take a quick break. Before that, though, do stay with us, and we'll be back for the trophy lifting and all that sort of fun and games when we return after this. Yes, welcome back to the Nations League final. As you can see, we're just in time to see Spain receive the Nations League trophy for 2023. Back to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓰.
Yes, the picture book moment being assembled. We've seen the dejection of Luka Modric and Croatia come up to get their runners-up medals, but there is a feeling of a new era about Spain. From their 23-man squad in Qatar only in November under Luis Enrique, only 12 remained for this tournament. The next generation given their opportunity, some faces recalled. Jordi Alba, the new captain, to succeed Busquets. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the new coach. And they're going to mark that new era with a trophy. Jordi Alba, on his 93rd cap, takes the trophy over to his teammates and his new coach. A warm embrace. He's ready to celebrate the fact that Spain are the winners of the Nations League in 2023. After 13 years without a trophy in the cabinet, they've put that right. And under their new coach, in just his 4th game in charge, he's delivered success and the return of that winning feeling.
Spain.
Yeah, magnificent scenes. And certainly England had its issues with it, relegated from their tournament, but so much this seems to mean to these players, Dirk.
Yeah, you can see how much they wanted to win this trophy, both sides. So, yeah, what I said is that a couple of years ago everyone was doubting the Nation League, but I think it's a great format. Because when you're playing in your national team games, you want to play for something, and these players just want to win some more silverware. And it was great match to watch. Both teams fight until the end. So yeah, I'm a fan of the Nation League.
For Spain, how much credence do you give to the notion that this is a great new generation coming through, that this is the start of another winning run?
Winning helps. I mean, we were talking 2 games ago about sacking the coach, and they're underwhelming and losing to teams that perhaps they shouldn't lose to. But when you win like this, it builds experience and most importantly, you know, that confidence that they can take forward, because the Nations League is a fantastic format, and you could see the effort both teams put into the game today, that it means a lot to win it. And apart from it looking like a beautiful trophy to lift, it is a trophy, it's a piece of silverware, and one that will push them on to maybe greater heights.
Perhaps so. You also made the point while we were just waiting for the trophy lift there that we shouldn't undervalue the value of that silver medal that Croatia have picked up there. Silver medal that goes along with the one they picked up at the World Cup in 2018. Just a phenomenal achievement for a nation with that footballing reality.
It is, but I'm sure Modric won't feel it like this at this point. But you know, for such a small country in Europe, they're doing unbelievably well, and I think they can be really, really proud of themselves.
All right, well, it's been a long season and it was a lengthy final. I asked Emma before, do you feel that the right team won? They scored more goals in the penalty shootout. Beyond that?
Yeah, at the end of the day, when you win it, you deserve it, I always say. I was just hoping for Croatia to win some silverware, but we shouldn't forget that Spain has done a great job with so many young players, and that will help them probably to win some more silverware in the future.
All right, excellent stuff. Many, many thanks then to Emma and to Dirk for being with us throughout, and you there for tuning into this Nations League final. Spain's serial winners in the past are back on top. From us all of us here, it's goodbye.